Fire! Have you seen the Scrub Daddy episode? It's a very interesting video. Like that, what happens if they split up? Yeah, if they were just dating, like they were the sole. What if it was? Never thought about it.
You know I have a ton of couples, and you know my husband and I work together.
Great choice to be making. Okay. Does it really matter if we hear it or not? It's an NFL game. Okay. Barbara. Yeah. Would you go down to an even 14%?
Yes, I would.
They are always good sports about it. That's the one thing they did. If someone else gets it the other, you should go, congratulations. Yeah, because this isn't exactly this isn't going to make or break any of these sharks' careers.
And the other thing is, they don't know which ones are going to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, one could just be a really crappy shark. Doesn't each shark specialize in a certain, like, different kind of field? Isn't that kind of how it is? It's to be that like that.
She's more of a... She tends to be weird. So that ends up being a good product on QVC.
What's QVC? Oh, the one where they play like hour-long promos where it's just like a person in a room. It's super.
What does QVC stand for? Quality, value, convenience.
Ah.
It used to be a big, I mean, before the internet exploded, QVC was, you could say, a very convenient way to buy products.
There was
The problem was you could only see the product they were pitching.
right.
Like the internet, you can go see the product you're interested in.
There's
So you could maybe, watch a way to buy the product you wanted.
There was a movie we watched, and I think like some kind of entrepreneurship class back in high school, about Jennifer Lawrence and her like struggle and trials to market a mop or something, some special kind of mop on one of those community or on one of those cable shopping networks.
You guys see this?
No.
She don't know what the hell is going on. Yeah, that dude changed shoplifting into something so incredibly more serious.
Is that the Mangione guy, or is that the shoplifter?
I don't know who it is.
They're swapping it around.
It's like, yeah, anyhow, there was a video on it. And, you know, they're talking about, I assume it's boyfriend, girlfriend,
What would you
Robert must have done. And then luckily they grab her and they tackle him.
He must have had a warrant or something for like a
Oh
worse
yeah,
crime.
he didn't want to go to jail. That's how he's going to get off. Does it input the exact time?
It very much could lead to a mistrial. Even the slightest bit of bad evidence.
It's so crazy. Don't protect us.
It's benefit of the doubt, or if there's some, or not benefit of the doubt. It's to protect people who could potentially be falsely accused of a crime. Or falsely charged.
Say some guy,
Which I think there should be stronger protections for people who potentially could have been falsely charged. Because that would be awful.
Say, this guy stands up, shoots a person on live TV. And they didn't read him his Miranda rights. Yeah, I did it. But they didn't read him his Miranda rights. He could get off.
Yeah.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know. Seems like a bit of an oversight, I guess, but I mean, I don't have a solution for how to fix it.
Us. And protect.
Criminals have rights too.
The victim's rights.
That is true.
how Mangione is going to get off. Without a circle. There you go.
I think it's a motivated killing of a figure of some kind of No, it's like I think it's a motivated killing to, I don't know, depose some kind of leadership, probably. Alan Jackson, the lawyer, of course.
Not that Alan Jackson.
Not the other one. Why'd they pick such an evil picture of him? Hey, there's Kevin Spacey.
I love this. You know what the definition of assassination is?
What?
The action of assassinating someone.
Fascinating. Look
Yeah,
up
you're
assassin.
Really helping me out here.
Look up assassin.
Murder an important person. All it has to be is important.
Right.
In a surprise attack. Oh wait, there is one. Hold on. Murder of an important person in a surprise attack for political or religious reasons.
That sounds way too specific.
I don't know how
Everything's political. Everything can be tied back to politics.
So,
Maybe he just like spat in your cornflakes. What a weird thing to get caught up on. I don't understand. No. For that to be in the news. Like, is that the thing that we need to focus on? I suppose, but
what's the definition of it?
It just seems like tossing logs on fire that would just get people fired up. Oh, wow.
Specific method used to carry out a death sentence. Capital punishment. Such as lethal injection. Well.
Like not in a
Act of unlawful, premeditated killing characterized by its deliberate and ruthless nature. The victim is often in a helpless position, unable to resist or defend himself.
That's what I was thinking.
That's execution style murder.
I say
the
it's...
term describes the method rather than the legal definition of the crime itself.
I'd argue it doesn't matter. A man is dead. It doesn't matter if it was an execution or an assassination or just a manslaughter.
Where the guy had presumably shot him back. No chance at.
I just can't believe that's the thing that everyone's caught up about. Right, yeah, like lawyer minutia, but we don't care about legalese as a population.
Jury hearing the word execution.
Yeah, that's
accidental.
That's the defense's job. That's the defense's job. That's not newsworthy. I suppose. It's the only new thing that's come up, I guess. Oh, gotta be kidding.
Oh my. Oh wow.
Pushes price up or price down?
So, drugs that are made and in America are then sold worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And this is America. They charge Americans way more money than they just charge the people in, say, Pakistan.
Yeah, price gouging is an American pastime.
What Trump said, from what I understand, he made this deal with 7 drug companies. It's one of the biggest 7, hopefully not. It's the smallest 7. He said, okay, you're going to charge Americans the same price as the cheapest country you sell them to.
That sounds like a bad idea. Like they might shake something up.
It's a bad idea because I don't like the government messing around with the private sector.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But what point do they have that they can sell the drugs over there and presumably make money? Why would they sell them over there if they're not making money?
Maybe they have lesser like security
But
or
what he's saying is you're subsidizing that sale off of the back of the Americans. That does not seem.
That's capitalism, baby.
It is, but it doesn't seem right.
Well, I mean, if you don't like it, you can just go to the next guy, and then the next guy, and then the next guy. And don't worry, the market will determine, and then all of these bad people doing the bad thing will obviously go out of business, right? Right?
But, you know, you talk about gouging. What's gouging? What's and think about the government probably subsidizes research for these pills. And if they're doing that, then yes, they should get to say, knock off some of that pricing. Because they were subsidizing the research at some universities that are funded by the government. But when you're a drug company and you make $1
Oh, people buy it.
Well, yeah.
The market has decided that they are allowed to do that.
Say it cost them 25 cents to make that pill. They figured out if it works, 25 cents. But we're going to sell it for $72 per pill. Yeah, that seems kind of ridiculous. Especially if the government subsidized sales for research into making that.
It does seem a bit fishy. But maybe more goes into, like, I don't know, safety protocols and things to meet regulations in the U.S. than some other third world country where they can sell it for cheap.
Right, maybe there is, but this is the price. That other country is only getting the same exact product. They're not getting one that's like, well, we're not going to test this
Maybe
one
they don't
all
have
the
to
way,
make regulations
so we're
to
going to
meet
sell it to
regulations.
there cheaper. It's not. That's not how it is. This is the same exact pill you're selling to that country for.
How can we be certain of that across the board?
Open up their books. Healthcare, and here's part of the problem. You know, doctors, very valuable. Part of the problem is our society is so happy. I'm gonna sue you for everything. So what does that do? It raises the price of healthcare.
Does it?
Yes, of course it does, because they have to be super duper safe, or you know, they have to have lawyers, they have to have insurance, they have to have everything to protect themselves. Yeah, sometimes things happen, and that's fine to sue, but then the problem is $45 trillion because of malpractice is awarded to this guy because he lost a finger. The payouts are just obscene. Everybody in America is so happy because we have probably way too many lawyers in America.
Well, I don't know, man. I think it's a more there are more lawyers because there are more suits being filed. I don't know about that.
Well, why is there more suits
The
filed?
supply doesn't come before the demand.
Yeah, but just say $45 million went to this person. You know what part of that goes to the lawyer? A lot of it. Probably half.
I don't know. Too many lawyers sound like really weird.
Right. Too many lawyers because there's too much business for them because there's so many suing for. Okay, that's fine to sue. Okay, that's fine to sue. But the payout is obscene. It's just ridiculous the amount that they.
So that's the crux of the issue.
But then you know, you get paid. You know, a lawyer or a doctor. You know, something happens and he's just got to have crazy amount of insurance, which means he has to charge more to pay for that part of his business. Maybe he makes $1 million, maybe he makes $500,000 a year, but it takes $150,000 a year to pay for his malpractice insurance. I don't know.
Nor do I.
Because it's not the fact of suing this crazy problem, it's the amount of the people win lawsuits. That's what makes them so happy in the hopes that they strike it rich.
So that's why medicine's so high? Medicine costs?
Partly. Think of all the. Have you ever watched TV? If
Hardly.
you've ever taken this pill, we're gonna sue the pants out of them.
I feel like that's a minority though. Like, it happens, it seems like it happens often, but think of how many medications there are in the world, and then like, one every 6 months you see getting, like, mounting a lawsuit. And how much you want to bet those lawsuits don't even actually, how many of them go to court?
That some lady got mesothelioma because she used talcum powder, and the talcum powder, they claim, or whatever, said that it had asbestos in it, so she got mesothelioma. She got $2 million. I don't know how much. It's just like,
And you think she was just money hungry? Not seeking
I think
damages
maybe-
for something
I
that
think
ruined her
maybe
life?
There should be a limit. Because
I don't know, what limit do you put on the health and safety
well,
of a
then
human
why,
person?
Then why put any limit? Then you should get $1 zillion every time somebody dies.
Well, that reminds me.
Because yeah,
How much is a person worth?
Right.
You know, not only in like the actual value of the person, but like the cost and psychological damage of like having
but
someone
just say a
potentially
doctor-
gruesomely murdered by like some
just-
company malpractice.
Right. Just say a doctor accidentally kills someone.
How much money is that?
Right. But then, if you're going to do that, if you murder someone, well, then you should have to pay the same amount of money, right?
Well, that just wouldn't happen.
Well, you should.
Because the company is able to dish out that kind of cash.
That's
An
why they
individual
sue 'em.
person.
Because they can. You're not going to sue a homeless bum because he shot someone and then sue for the wrongful death because he don't have no money. So you're not going to sue him. That doesn't mean he shouldn't have to pay $1 gazillion because what's a life worth?
That's a question. I don't know. It's a little over my head.
Anyhow, Trump stepped in and he's like, you gotta get these prices down on these pills.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't backfire horrifically.
Yeah, I can't remember how they were talking. I got a little bit idea of how they can fix Obama here.
Is it? I don't know what it is. I don't recall. What specifically was Obama saying?
Here, the government's going to get in here and we're going to have better, cheaper health care. Well, it lasted for what? 15 years? Now we're paying way more than when we started with. I don't know. It's hard to quantify that.
I don't know. I can't help but feel a little jaded about every time there's a new president in office and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make life better, this is going to be cheaper, and then they get into office and it's like, wow, this is kind of the same as the last time it happened, right? It's like the same as the last presidency.
There's nothing like the last presidency.
Depends who you ask. It's truly a matter of perspective.
If you want to be honest about things and follow the law, that last presidency was a joke.
Well, that's the funny thing about the law. The Constitution's always being reinterpreted. It's being formed to fit the times. That's what the Constitution is meant to be. It's a living document.
How could two judges have two different interpretations of the exact same law?
I don't know. I think it seems rather
Personal
reasonable.
beliefs get in the way of what should be simply yes or no answer.
Well, it depends on whether your worldview permits everything to be as simple as a yes or no, black and white.
Well, I'm saying a law is a law.
Right? That's because the Constitution was left fairly open-ended because they didn't actually know how running a country would be in 200 years.
But yeah, when the government gets dinking around in things, it's
That's all the government does. It dinks around in things. But they only got to dink around in the things that we want them to dink around in? I don't know. Who's to define overstepping? Because each person has a different idea of how exactly far the government should go. And is any one person more right or wrong than the other? Because we weren't around when the Constitution was written. We don't know exactly what was intended.
theoretically, if you just say nobody did anything about the price of health care. This scenario. It gets so high, people can't even afford to go to the doctor. And if that got so widespread, they would doctors would have to go, okay, we need to bring these prices down so we can make money because no one's coming into our hospital because we're overpriced. So then theoretically, it would mesh itself back down to normal rates.
Maybe,
right?
but if you're that far, like that far gone where you have to, like that's another problem.
Right, but that would take years and generations for them to realize that we're charging too much. People are just
All the while
dying.
people are dying, yeah.
Right. And did you get into business to solely make money or to help people? That's why I always said, I'll never be a rich mechanic because I got into the line of work to help people, not to make a bunch of money off of people's fortune.
Yeah. I don't know. Money can change people, you know? Once you get a taste of a lot of money, it really changes your perspective on things.
How do you know that?
You see it everywhere. The cautionary tale is reflected everywhere throughout the culture, just society. I mean, you all of a sudden see like small. I don't know a specific example, but it's such it's such a classic tale of like a startup starts with like I don't know good intentions, and all of a sudden once like they get a taste of money, then all of a sudden through multiple complicated facets and like, different scenarios and factors, the bottom line can come to be prioritized over the good that the company is doing. You see it really everywhere. I can't think of a specific example, but it's
here's my debate. Is the rich person rich because they saved their ass out of money, which would make you frugal and cheap, or did they just happen to get rich, and now they want us to be cheap? I think it's, you're cheap.
It depends on the person. I mean, sometimes it's inheritance,
But I would
sometimes it's
say
a family
the
thing.
majority of rich people were frugal people who don't realize.
The people that stay rich, though, absolutely.
Because if you are willy-nilly with your money, are you going to stay rich?
Well, that's the thing. When a company changes hands over the years, like say the original owners, everyone who's originally a stakeholder in the company dies off and it gets passed off to a new generation, it's like ship of Theseus.
Right.
All of a sudden, corporate values can start to shift over time. And you see that.
Well-
A company that could have started off with good intentions, 30, 40, 50 years down the line
Right.
becomes more and more about profits and the bottom line.
Well,
and you
the
see that with
problem
like
is-
how you critique McDonald's. Because back in the day, you said it was like a well-oiled machine. And nowadays, it tends to be far slower. They want to cut back on the employees that are there. They want to make it so they have to do less work. They have to install the kiosk, so you're doing the work yourself. It's really just a
Here's the
thing
problem.
that...
Here's the problem. It's a thin line. We're not going to help you at the counter anymore because we're saving money. I'll guarantee you there's a lot of less sales because you can't go to the counter anymore.
I'm not so sure about that.
I'll guarantee you.
Because
But
majority of the sales are the newer generation that don't really have a problem
at
with
some
using
point-
a touchscreen
at some point,
interface like a
they'll
kiosk.
be like, well, we're already at the point where we do not care about the customer that wants to come up to the counter. We just flat ass don't care about you.
At least right here. I don't know how
I don't know.
it could be
how
worse
other
everywhere
McDonald's
else.
are. I do not know that. But yeah, they're gonna just alienate the people that don't want to use the kiosk and are just not gonna come in because they want to talk to a person and get their order.
Well, that's a dwindling group of people.
Say it is. But the money they saved on not paying that employee, they've lost in sales.
I
They
would
only-
say, I would guess.
Just say they pay that employee $20 an hour. I can almost guarantee you that the people that they pissed off was worth more than $20 an hour.
I don't know. I would wager a guess that a large chunk of the reason they're doing it is because it balances out in their checkbook. Like, why
But
would
how
they
do you
be
quant-
so
How do
tone
you
deaf?
quantify it?
Oh, they have the numbers. Don't get me wrong, they have the numbers
How
and the
do you
demographics.
quantify the person that didn't come in your store because he was annoyed by you?
Easy. Surveys.
The
The person
guy
that didn't come in the store at all?
survey him.
The person that didn't come in the store at all. You
Right.
can check it like
Right.
the different
went
types
over to
of
Burger
age
King.
groups of people that have come in your store throughout the years. Is it dwindling? Why is it dwindling? We have a pretty good idea of this if you're a business. These are the things you need to know in order to make money.
Say it's only 1% of the people, say it's a 0.5%. That's all the people that they lost. 0.25%. But the point is, here's what they did to that 0.25%. They just flipped them the bird. We're not helping you at the counter anymore. It's a horrible model. And yeah, eventually...
It's a horrible model if you are the kind of person that likes to use the counter. But say there's like...
That's exactly
say
my
there's
point.
95% of people. Say there's 95% of people
I
that
only
want to...
said 0.25%. You still flip them the bird.
Yeah? Profit margins. You are not... If you are 0.25%, you are such a negligible percent of the population that it does not matter how they treat you.
I know they don't care how they treat you because they flipped you the bird. We are not helping you at the counter. Unless you're handicapped. Then they will. You know, because the law says you have to help a handicapped. That's fine. That's their business model. I'm not, nothing I can change it. But I have the ability to go to a different restaurant if I want.
And truly, under the ideal that we have probably kind of agreed on here, they won't miss you at all.
I know they won't miss me because they don't care about me.
Yeah. Well, because you're not a significant chunk of the population that cares about this.
Why wouldn't you care about every one of your customers?
Money. Are we on the same page here? It's obviously money. If you're a negligible part of their profit income, why would they have any reason to cater to you?
Do you think someone that comes into Walmart, but they only come in once a year and they only buy $5? Do you think Walmart would be foolish enough to go, I don't care about you?
I don't think Walmart operates on a...
I
I don't think Walmart operates on a personal, individual, human level basis. Walmart and big companies like that operate on numbers and figures.
Using that as an example. They still want that customer to come in and do business with them.
I mean,
These
ideally,
people,
sure.
They're like, I don't care about you.
But maybe it's just saving Walmart so much more money with using the self-checkout to... I know this is the case because I've heard the figures on it. It saves Walmart so
Right.
much more money
Right. The
to
problem
not
is-
pay individually like cashiers
Right.
and instead
Right,
do the
I get
self-checkout.
that. The money they save is partially offset by loss, which is theft if they don't catch. And then every year they probably get better and better and better and better at catching loss. But they know there's a certain amount of loss. And it's not necessarily at the tills. There's some loss in the bathroom where they shove it in their pockets or whatever. However they steal at every Walmart is going to have thieves because they can.
Yeah.
You can't stop 100% of theft because you're not going to follow every customer around. So they have it calculated in that, yeah, we don't have to pay that person, we don't have to pay their retirement, we don't have to pay their insurance, we don't, you know, just the wage of an employee is only part of what you have to pay as an employer. So yeah, does it get expensive? Yeah. If Walmart just said, all we're gonna do is self-checkouts, that's it. That would be flipping the bird for the people that don't want to use the self-checkouts. It'd be no different than the kiosks at McDonald's.
But to a certain
But
degree,
Walmart-
times do change.
But Walmart is not that stupid.
I don't know if it's...
Let me tell you something. If they had one person at the counter, I I guarantee you there'd be times where the kiosk would be empty and there would be a line of people waiting to go up and talk to them. And yeah, there's going to be people that would be like, I'm not doing that, I'm going to the kiosk.
I don't know if it's
And that's
quite...
a fine. I'm not saying don't have the kiosk.
Right.
That's a fine option. But take out the other option? Absolutely.
I don't think it's quite that
And
simple.
why?
Because, I mean...
Why? Why don't they have a kiosk out of the drive-thru?
I don't know. 'Cause it's harder to reach out to folks. But, I don't know, when we talk about Walmart and McDonald's, we talk about them like they're one individual person operating on just the basis of human empathy. No, they're a group, a large group of people with many different shareholders all over the freaking place. And they don't make decisions in a straightforward way, they make decisions basically communally. Because it's a committee, it's by committee. And most of the time, the committee aren't ground level consumers. And a lot of the people who have say aren't the individual people who have their boots on the ground and are paying for, I don't know, McDonald's food at the kiosk. It's not something that's as easy to explain away as if one person was owning the whole Walmart brand and could just pull the trigger and all of a sudden, boom, a change is made and all kiosks are gone. Or anything like that.
I don't know. I don't care if the kiosks are there.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the
I don't care
point.
if the self-checkouts are there. That's wonderful for the people that want them. I use them. If it's one or two items, it's fine. There.
Right, but my point is just talking about it and saying they should obviously know exactly what's going on. They should have done better. Maybe it's just not that simple. Maybe it's... I don't know.
When you're a big enough company, you should care a little bit more about the customer.
Oh, no. The bigger you are, the less incentive you have to care about your customers. Because each individual person makes up a smaller percentage of your annual profit. Each individual person on a soul level means less to you than if you were a smaller company.
It isn't going to matter. Me saying I'm not going to be this for that. One person isn't going to matter.
Exactly. But if you
But
were
the-
smaller,
But the
that
point
one
that
person
they-
would matter so
but
much more.
the point that they don't care about everybody that wants to come into their store is very annoying.
You can't cater to everyone. You just can't.
The small expectation of talking to a person at a counter and ordering your food, that's not a crazy request.
There's always the possibility that that's not a corporate decision. It's by location.
It could be.
It's by franchise.
But if corporate cared enough, they'd be like, no.
That's true, I suppose.
We're not going to allow you to not wear shoes as employees. Corporate would go, no. Everybody's wearing shoes in here. But it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter to them. But that's sad that they don't care about every one of their customers.
They're just not able to.
Yes, they are.
Well, I disagree.
And if you just say we raise the price of every product in there by a nickel, you could pay for that one person standing out there. Yeah, you could.
I don't know.
How many items do they sell in an hour? 1,000? Think about how many items go out that window in an hour.
Well, the one thing I've learned from working on the inside of like actual companies is that things always seem so much more straightforward when you're the consumer. But when you are part of the whole system where
why-
not any single thing
My
is
question
decided
is,
by one person,
why-
it gets complicated
My
fast.
question to you is, why do you care that they should not have an employee there? Why do you care that?
Well, for me, it was because initially I worked there, and I knew that everyone kind of really had something to be doing, and having one person just stand up to the counter, mostly doing nothing a large chunk of the time because not a lot of people walked in the door and went up to the counter, would be just such a waste of resources and manpower. They could be doing
absolutely anything else. They could be helping out the people in the back that are trying to get the food out faster. It would speed up the workflow to get that one person
I'm all
out of
for
the front
cross-training.
counter.
I'm all for cross-training.
Everyone at McDonald's is cross-trained.
Okay.
Everyone is.
Okay. When someone's standing there waiting for to place their order, you walk up there and say, "How may I help you?"
Most
When
of the
you're not-
every single position that you're working in a McDonald's has you facing away from the front counter. That would mean
But-
fundamental change of a
But why do
reorganization
you
of the
care
kitchen.
that it's so important seemingly to you that they don't have someone standing?
I don't know. I
It's
just
not
think
a-
it's
To me, it's not a huge deal. It's like the most basic thing. Every
I'm-
restaurant I ever used to go into would cheerfully take your order.
what I'm doing is I'm kind of I'm trying to at least offer my perspective as to why these things are not the way that they seem
Right.
most of the time.
Let's say,
Because you seem so very certain that things can be the way that they should be. And the way that they should be is the way that you want them to be. And
Say-
it's really never
I'm just
that
only gonna
simple
say
when it comes to
500
anything.
items go out. I'm just going to say 500 items go out in an hour, which is probably, I mean, just, so we're going to multiply that by 5 cents. That's, and if they did that, raise it 5 cents every item, and they paid the person $20 an hour to stand there, they would be making $5 extra. Off of that.
You really think that McDonald's corporate would be that altruistic with their profit margins? I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm going to bat for a corporation. I don't do that, and I don't think that's what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
you
say
seem
that
like-
I think I
you
have
seem
more
like the guy that
perspective.
would be way more for the consumer and against the big corporation.
Yeah, most of the time they're just trying to screw you in the butt. But, like, I don't know. I just think that...
Oh man, they spelled December with 2 C's.
Ooh,
Who's in charge of the typewriter?
that's depressing.
Yeah, it's probably sleepy, dust in the air.
I'm telling you, everything is going downhill these days. The news can't even spell December correctly. Nothing is as good as it was back in the day when I was star quarterback
I
at
might not know how to
McDonald's.
spell every word, but I can usually spot it. I mean, I know how to spell December, but usually if you write it out, you're like, that doesn't look right.
I don't know. I guess I see it as you're like, I don't want to sound melodramatic, but like, you are mounting an attack on the way that the country is now that I am in it, you know? Like, kiosks are just the present day. That's what I'm growing up
I
in.
don't have a problem with that.
It seems like you do.
I think it's wonderful.
I don't
because
think it was ever an
here's the
option
deal.
for to have to have kiosk and front counter. I think it was only ever just kiosks replace front counter.
I would much rather have kiosks and the counter because then some of the ding dongs could go to the kiosk and there'd be more room for me up at the counter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love the kiosk. I don't want to use them.
I don't know, this is also coming from the guy that refuses to save money on his food by downloading the mobile app because it's just too many steps. You could save so much money a year on fast food, even with you who only rarely ever eats out, if you just use the mobile apps and use reward points for the places you eat.
If they would quit giving that money away and pay one employee to sit up at the front, the world would be a better place.
I think you're focusing on the wrong aspect.
Why do they charge everyone else more money?
What do you mean?
Why do they charge everybody else more money?
What are you talking about?
Well, they charge you less money if you do that. That means they charge everybody else more money.
No, I think the money they could be getting is from, like, the use of the app itself. I mean, I'd assume that brings in its own profit.
Right.
Because it would be a greater incentive to use the app if they have sweet deals there.
Right, you're saying you get money back or however, a cheaper McFlurry or whatever.
That's not directly stealing from anyone.
No, I'm not saying it's stealing. But you're saying it's cheaper that way. Why do they charge everybody else more money?
Oh, because they're making use of a little-known exploit called there are a bunch of geezers like you who don't bother to use the app because it's too complicated. And if every single person who went to McDonald's used the app, yeah, they'd probably cut back on their sweet deals. But not a lot of people actually use the apps in comparison to
I
the people that
assume
are.
part of it is somebody's paying to advertise on the app, and that's how it works.
Not that I've
And-
experienced.
And that's how you get cheap.
You would think that, but the app for McDonald's is very self-contained. You don't see pop-up ads for anything, even McDonald's-related stuff. It's just straightforward to the point. There's no like space being taken up on your screen by like, I don't know, IHOP or something like that, or some other third-party advertiser. It's
Just say food was free on the app, but I still wanted to go in and talk to a person and say, that should be my choice.
I don't know. Maybe
No,
they
it
just.
should be my choice.
And I'm not saying companies aren't getting greedy. I think it's a very much a thing that they're doing. Maybe they've just seen it fit to cut you out of their like bottom line projection because
My type of person that wants to go in. You know how many times I've watched old people struggle on that kiosk? Oh, I feel so bad for them. I care. It bothers me. It doesn't bother McDonald's. What the hell? It does not bother.
well, that comes back to the thing that
And they're-
McDonald's is not one person. McDonald's is not a guy who sits in the restaurant and watches.
Umbrella.
I don't think that works because McDonald's isn't one guy. McDonald's isn't a person who,
What?
like you, who sits in a restaurant with a specific biased perspective and watches out for things that he thinks is wrong with McDonald's. McDonald's sees numbers going up, and McDonald's thinks that's very good. So McDonald's will continue to watch the numbers go up because of the
I'm
changes
just-
that they've made.
It just blows my mind that you are so for corporate squeezing the little guy to make profit.
I'm not for
That's
it.
like-
I think I'm just a
No,
contrarian.
It is. That's exactly what you're saying. It's completely normal that they squeeze the customer.
No, I'm not
for every
saying it's
nickel.
good. I'm saying it's just expected.
Well, you're fine with it.
I know that there's nothing I can do about it, so I don't spend any time sweating about the kiosk that I have
They're
to
not
use.
gonna, right, and they're not going to change the kiosk for little old Greg. It ain't going to happen. And I've got a workaround. I try not to tell too many people this because I don't want it to come back and bite me in the butt. I go through the drive-thru. I talk to my friendly little person. They make the change for me. I walk inside with my food that they gave me at the window, and I sit down and eat at their restaurant.
It seems to me that you're more invested in the human interaction than actually eating the McDonald's food. Because nothing that has
I do
entered
not
our
wanna use
conversation has been
kiosk.
about
I
the
don't
food.
want to use a kiosk. Why is that so complicated for you to understand?
You can order ahead, yeah.
It's no different. It's the same.
Well, something that also enters the equation is McDonald's isn't just their customers, it's also their employees.
What does that mean?
It means that not 100% of people who are considered when making a change, like the kiosks, are the employees. Or are the customers, I mean. It's the employees. Kiosks make employees' lives easier.
I
They
don't
have less
a
to
problem
juggle.
with the kiosks. I applaud them. Have 8 more kiosks in there. That's
No, I'm
wonderful.
saying, in addition to the kiosks, taking away that front counter position makes the jobs of the people behind the counter marginally easier. Have you ever
Of course it
worked?
makes the people
Have you
behind
ever
the
worked
counter
food
easier.
service?
They ain't doing anything.
Have you ever worked food service? You are, especially at McDonald's, I will die on this hill. There is never an opportunity where you're not doing something
So,
unless you're just
how-
not busy.
How on
The
earth-
restaurant isn't busy.
How on earth can Burger King, McDonald's, Dairy King, Culver's, how on earth can they stay in business?
What do you mean?
Well, they gotta pay that guy to stand behind the counter.
Obviously, they make
It
money.
can't work because McDonald's says it can't work.
No, McDonald's is just more greedy than those other people in this specific example that we came up with the kiosks.
I don't
and
know.
the 1%.
I don't know that.
Most of the time.
All I know is it's on us.
I don't know, man. I think you should come back to this topic when you've worked a food service job. Because that is a very important part of this equation.
Michael, say that guy is swamped up at the till. And he's frazzled. That only tells me they should have 2 people up at the till.
That's
Or
something
3
that's
people.
very, very
You know-
much easier said than done.
Well, Michael, they used to have at McDonald's, they used to have 3 tills or more at a McDonald's. And people were working there.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's too frazzled for that one person to stand there and take all the orders that are coming in.
I'm saying that getting more people in there would probably cost more money. And that's something that McDonald's doesn't seem too happy to part with.
What if Denny's said we're not going to have those circle systems. We're going to have a little touch screen at the tables, and what the hell with the people that want to talk to people. Say, hi waitress, how are you today?
Hosts are actually pretty cheap. They only make
Right.
$4.25
That's
an
a
hour.
whole nother issue. How they screw their employees. Yeah, I
Actually,
get
they
that.
make more than us.
I
They
get
make
that.
more than the managers on average.
Maybe McDonald's should only pay their people that sit at the counter 25 cents an hour, and the rest they make up on tips.
The work that is done by a cashier person is not near as appreciated as a hostess, because a cashier person stands and hits buttons. A hostess? Oh my lord. They do so many things and have to keep track of so much, and they barely get breaks. At least at my location, they just don't really
But
get to
what
stop.
I'm saying is, what if they just we're gonna have you go up and get your own drinks, you just punch something in the screen, and some robot cart brings it out to you.
Well,
They don't have to pay
hostesses
that
and
host. The robot, you're gonna have a large investment, but it's gonna pay for itself at the end. Until you start alienating your customers.
well, waiters and waitresses are more a part of the specific identity of a sit-down restaurant than a McDonald's. Like a
Right.
sit-down restaurant, like a
Right.
diner, is like small-town America. McDonald's? No. McDonald's is the future. It's the urbanized, optimal, maximum
They think it
efficiency.
is.
Maybe we just live in the wrong place, man.
Maybe other McDonald's take your order. But it's not. If I wanted to go into Dairy Queen and they stopped taking my orders up there, I'm gonna go to Dairy Queen. And yeah, I still go to McDonald's, but most of the time, Mom doesn't want to go inside the restaurant anyhow. She's got to eat in the car, so you just go through the drive-thru anyhow.
It's an
But
enigma.
if I was just there by myself, no one with me, I would much rather go inside. Sit down at a table, eat my food, get some chill. And yeah, I can do that. I've come up with a workaround where I go through the drive-thru, which that's the whole other scheme at McDonald's, where they say, you're in here, you must have all day to be in here, and we're going to concentrate on the people that drive.
I disagree. I just think there's more people in the drive-thru.
I'll prove
So
it.
it has to be a
I'll prove
priority.
it to you one time. We'll go in there, and I'll go up to the counter, and I'll look out the window, and I'll count the cars. So presumably, they're going to place the order at the same time I place my order. And I'll really they leave 5 minutes before my food.
I
They
actually
leave.
agree. I agree. That's because drive-through culture is taking over as opposed to eat-in culture. And that's why and that's why there's more people in the drive-through and why it becomes more of a priority. Because the interior does not have people wrapping around the outside of the building in order to wait for the opportunity to get food.
It should be first come, first serve.
It's really not how it's allowed to work.
If your order is up on the window next, it shouldn't say, this guy's in here, just forget about him, put him down here.
No. The interior ordering section and the drive-through ordering section work on basically two different timetables.
Exactly. That's my point.
I don't know. How do I say it?
Why wouldn't Bill in his pickup orders a hamburger at 5:01 o'clock?
Actually,
And
wait, no.
I
It
ordered
basically
at
is.
5:02.
As far as I know, it basically kind of is first come, first serve.
But it's not.
I misspoke earlier. There's not a distinction between what's a drive-through order and what's a main order.
Okay.
It goes this order, this order, this
So
order,
then the only
this order.
thing I can assume is the order was placed, the order is cooked. We're not gonna get it out to him right now because
No.
we're so busy.
I don't know why you find it so hard to believe that they do not conspire against you, the eat-in
Because
consumer.
I have a watch. I don't even need a watch. I can look at my receipt. This is the time I ordered. Boom, brings in my food. It's like, at one time it was like 15 effing minutes.
Have you ever
That's ridiculous.
ever
There's
done
no
this test
one-
where you place 2 orders at the same time?
We could do that
Because there
sometime.
very much could be the scenario where you just come in on a slow
We'll be
day.
on our radio. We'll be on our walkie-talkie. Yeah, it's not going to count when there's an empty drive-through. Of course the
Well, think
food's
about it
gonna
this way.
count.
The cars in the drive-through wrap around the building. The people inside, there's like 3 people.
Okay, but we could be at the counter and I'd be like, okay, I'll just wait till you get to the window or the little order thing, and we'll go. Then I'll place my order, and I'll guarantee you, you'll get through. You'll come inside. You'll start eating your burger, and my food still won't be there. I'll bet money on this.
I don't know about that. Why are you so adamant about this specifically? Like it's an attack on your way of life.
Because they're flipping the bird to the guy that wants to come in and eat.
The people in the restaurant are just trying to do their damn job. I cannot hammer this home enough. They're just trying to get the orders out as quick as possible. They don't
I know
go, this
they-
guy came through the
I
drive-through,
know
so
they're
he gets
trying to
preferential
get the
treatment.
drive-through orders out as fast as
I don't like you. I don't like when you do that. I don't like when you do that.
Because it's a fact.
No, it's really not. This is purely anecdotal.
I'll prove my point.
Yeah, I'm fine doing this. I'm not putting money on it.
Although I want to go through the drive-through so I can get to eat first.
Sure. But I seriously cannot fathom why you come up with this grand conspiracy that they're attempting to undercut you, the eating consumer, as opposed to the drive.
I don't know why they're doing it. It's just math.
I think you're just nuts.
It's just math.
Look, if the drive-thru's faster and you get to talk to someone, just keep going through the drive-thru. Why do you, like, if this is your experience, why do you have a problem with any of it?
I know.
Like, how is this even a topic of discussion? You found your way. It's faster. You get to talk to a
definitely was
person.
faster. You get to talk to a person. Not that I have to talk to a person.
It
I
seems
just
like that's
don't
the
wanna
only
talk
reason
to-
you're going to
I
McDonald's.
just don't want to talk to a computer.
Well, it seems to me that in the McDonald's experience,
Right.
the person gets your order wrong more than you putting in your own order into a computer screen.
No.
That's
Well,
the number
no.
2 thing
Well,
that you gripe about at McDonald's. They
one
always
time-
get your order wrong.
One time, it was placed correctly, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't place it. The food comes out. I go, sir, one of the guys running meals, because that's the only people you can talk to, because you can't go up to the counter and because they never come out and see you.
You can
Okay,
whistle
that's
at
a
them.
whole other problem. Anyhow, I go, sir, my food's wrong. I wanted X, and they gave me Y. Okay. He takes it back. Guess what? He brings me Y back instead of what I wanted.
Correct me again. Look, that guy's
I don't
got
think the
15
guy-
things on his
I don't think the guy can read.
No. He has got so many different things on his mind. This comes back to you have not worked food service. You have not been in that position where you have 10 things going on, and all of a sudden this guy goes, "Hey, you, sir, you messed up my order.
Hey.
Go fix it."
What else are you gonna do? You gotta stop
I'm not
that
saying
guy.
you're allowed to. I'm not saying you're not allowed to correct him.
You
I'm
gotta
saying
stop
spare
that
a
guy.
thought for this guy who is just trying to do his job.
Right.
And yeah, he messed up. Maybe
Well,
someone
he
else
did.
messed up 15 minutes ago.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't think
but
they can read there in
it's.
McDonald's. Do they just have pictures of food up in there?
Look, This is where you're kind of cutting at meat, man. And you know you are. You know you're just being a turd.
Why would I cut it?
I worked at McDonald's 2 summers.
That doesn't have anything to do with them guys cutting out the tills, being slow for the people that order into. Oh, I got a story for you. We went down to. Oh, we were gonna eat at McDonald's. Or we drove through the drive-thru at McDonald's down in Disney, right? Come out. They didn't give us straws. They only just gave us straws. Okay. Right inside it's straws. Or no, it was spoons. So I couldn't self-serve myself over at the straw dispenser. You gotta ask. I went in there, and there is a dozen or so people standing up there waiting for their food. That proves my point that they don't give a damn about the people that come inside to order because they just screw around, fart around, beep, 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 make sure the drive-thru is moving, make you wrap around the corner so we get the next guy in. They come up with all these gimmicks to keep the drive-thru going. And all these people, I went in there, I had to stand for quite a while. I thought longer than I should have had to stand there. Oh, what do you need? Because she brought out some Uber person. I was like, oh, what do you need? Some spoons. Oh, okay. And she got them. That was great. Everything. But the whole time I was down there, nobody got their food. And there was like a dozen people. I mean, it was kind of a little bit creepy that there was that many people standing up there waiting for food. I felt a little uncomfortable.
Let me pose a little theory here. What if the drive-thru and the interior get equal treatment towards when, like, equal priority. Equal priority. Don't interrupt me. And let's say they're trying to get through these two in the same amount of time. The drive-thru has way more orders than the walk-in because that's just how. That's how food service is these days.
The benefit of it down, and we're going to start placing our orders at the same exact time. And
no. I'm saying that it just can't be because if both of these things are getting preferential treatment and the drive-thru is eating up more of the time with more of the orders, I'm going to say
we're placing our meals at the same time, and I get all them people were there before all of us were there. So of course they should get their food before either one of us. I'm not saying I should get my food before someone that's in there in line. They were there before me. So you're going to be there, I'm going to be there, and we're going to place the order at the same exact time, and then we're going to see who gets their food first. Very unscientific. More of an entertainment thing.
Agreed.
But what I was going to say is, all them people that were standing up there, nobody that I seen, I wasn't studying anything. It wasn't like anybody came in and placed a new order for the. It almost felt like 5 minutes that I stood there for. I know it probably wasn't because when you're big time like fans, nobody placed a new order. And one package came out and she said, Uber, whatever she said. One came out in that 5 minutes. Nobody placed new orders. So they were all still waiting for their order. And yeah, it was maybe 25 people, but maybe it was only 3 orders because, probably it was mom and a kid and whatever, but it was just that many people were standing there.
One thing that bugs me in all this is your complete unwillingness to consider the, any alternative perspective as opposed to just your own. Like, anytime I bring up spare a thought for the employee and what they have to, what they're thinking, what their thought process is.
If they don't have enough employees and they're stretched thin, that's their problem. That's not my problem. If they are understaffed, I can't fix any of that. That's not my problem.
It's not a matter of staffing. It's no matter what, if you're working in a kitchen and there's a lot of orders coming in, your brain's going to be stretched thin. It's not about how many people you have.
There's no doubt about that.
You could certainly have 3 people putting together one burger. But that wouldn't necessarily.
But that's the nature of the beast. I'm not saying the drive-thru line takes forever.
It truly does, though.
It doesn't. It's not bad.
I don't know. I would disagree with you on certain.
I think they run the drive-through pretty efficiently, and if they stress the hell out of their customers, I can't do nothing about that. I can't be.
No, it's just, I'm not saying that McDonald's goes out of their way to stress out their employees. I'm saying that's just how it is. And you expect perfection out of people that are really just human beings in a chain of people. Like, it's a game of telephone, kind of.
It's maybe them people like that amount of stress in their daily life. Maybe. But if you don't like that amount of stress, by all means, you should find a different job.
Sometimes it's not that easy.
But if it's impossible that all that stress is required because there isn't enough people to handle the amount of workload, which would be the same amount of stress in every job, not just fast food. If you don't have enough people to do the work, there's going to be higher stress levels. Whether it's whatever, any job in the world. And maybe
most jobs don't have you trying to actively serve and make sure the orders are correct for like 30 different people at once.
Maybe there's physically not enough room for more employees back there. I have no idea. But that's not a consumer's problem. You didn't build a building big enough, or whatever. I can't control any of that, and I can't control whether they have a person that comes up to the till. But the whole thing is, they alien, and I think it's partly by design. I don't think
here's the conspiracy.
McDonald's really wants people in their dining room. I don't think that.
Why would they not?
I don't know why they wouldn't, but they don't treat them very nice.
I don't know.
They don't clean their tables. Most McDonald's are not what they used to be.
I don't know. I ask you time and again to consider the limits of your perspective, and you seem unwilling to do that. So I really don't know what more I could say. Maybe you don't even care to think outside your little box at all. But these critiques strike me as something that could very much be shaken up by a change in viewpoint. Because you are just a consumer, and you've only ever been.
I think, it's too bad that the employers are stressed. Oh, that's too bad.
No,
I still want to talk to the person at the till!
I'm not saying... No. This more comes back to, like, them getting your order wrong thing.
No. That can happen anywhere. But the point is, it got wrong. I've never, except this time, asked him to correct a sandwich, and he still got it wrong. That happened one time in my whole life. I couldn't believe it. But then I just lost all faith in there. Yep, I went to KFC the other day. Ordered me a chicken sandwich. No sauce. It wasn't like light sauce, medium sauce. I didn't even ask what kind of sauce. No sauce. What does he do? Put sauce on my sandwich.
Maybe they just hate you. Maybe they feel about the organizational structure of a restaurant.
Maybe the guy was stressed out. Well, maybe that ain't the line of work for him.
No. This is not about people being too stressed out. This is about people being
You were the one bringing that up.
No. You're not listening. I'm just saying that it's a lot for anyone to focus on. It's a lot of things to divide your attention between, and you have to strike a balance between doing things fast and doing them right. Well played. Yeah, I'm a contrarian by nature. Anyway.
Well, I'm just saying, it doesn't...
No. I'm just saying it's a fact of the matter. I'm not saying that this is good. And I'm also not saying that, like, it's anyone's fault that, like, employees at a fast food restaurant are stressed. That's just the nature of it. You seem convinced that if you brought in more people to do one job, it would just ease the workload, and then everything would suddenly be right and quick and perfect. Really, it's not. It's really not.
It takes 20 guys to do the job correctly, and then you're going to get by between with 15. Of course they're going to be working.
Look, sometimes 2 plus 2 does not equal 4.
Whatever numbers you want to use. Of course, if there was 45 employees back there, and all you had to do was make one burger every 15 minutes, your stress level would be because there's plenty of employees to do all the work. But there's not. So your stress level goes, I got 14 things to do right now.
No, stress is like a me component. What it is, it's like, it's divided attention. That's like, for people that don't get like freaked out at fast food, at food service. Well, yes, but no, for most people, stress isn't something that's like taking over their minds. But that's just me, because I'm not good at my job yet. But for a lot of people that are actually professionals and don't like wig out when there's 30 people walking in, it's just divided attention, and it's scarce resources, and it's time. And the resources, of course, being attention and time. You do not have the time to. This happens at my work. Whenever things start going too fast, you don't have the time or attention to make sure everything is 100% perfect. If it's like, that steak was supposed to be mid-rare, now it's a medium. Doesn't matter, send it out. We have to keep going.
Yeah.
And just because you have 2 people watching that steak, it doesn't mean it's going to be perfect.
It's no different than any other job.
How do you know? You've never done food service.
I'm saying every job would be stressful if you didn't have enough employees to do the correct amount of job.
No, we have enough employees. Well, I mean, at McDonald's, I'm thinking back to McDonald's. At McDonald's, we had enough employees to make the well-oiled machine go.
But would your stress level be better if you only made one hamburger every half hour? Of course it would be. So
I think you're oversimplifying a very multifaceted question.
That more employees would make everybody's stress level go down. That's just universal.
I don't know. It's because at the way the stations are designed, they're not designed to have 4 butts per station. That's just not how it goes.
I'm not saying they built the business platform inside there correct. Maybe it's too small to have more people. That doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean it doesn't work for McDonald's. And so then people thrive on stress, and maybe they want to have multitask. That's what gets them going in the morning. So what? I don't care.
There's nothing I could have even begun to get you to see anything different, is there? It seems you don't want to change your mind. You just kind of want to be.
I want a person at the till. That's all I want. I don't care how they do the rest of their business. Other than it annoys me that it takes forever for you to get your food inside. And guess what? I had proof of it down at Bismarck when there's all them people standing up at the counter waiting for their effing food because they were too stupid to go through the drive-thru and walk around and come inside and eat.
You're a very judgmental person. Anyone ever tell you that?
That's what I see. I see what I see.
You only
Someday
see one side of that
we are
counter.
going to do the testaroonie.
December 24th.
Maybe. Maybe. And if you're right, if you prove your
Then nothing
point,
changes. You're going to keep your opinion.
if you're
You are
right,
going to keep thinking the way that you do.
If you prove that theoretically, when you pull away from over there,
I thought you were
they
doing the
hand-
drive-through.
whoever, when they hand you your food and they have, of course, one order would theoretically be a split second in front of the other one, so one of
No,
us.
because food production is not straightforward.
It should be.
There are so many different
It
factors,
should be
like
because-
the type of items you order. We'd have to order the same thing, the
That's
exact
fine.
same thing.
That's fine. I don't care.
Because sometimes
I
it's like,
wanna know.
sometimes it's not 100% consistent. It could just be like, oh, we just used up the last burger. We have to throw down an entire new set of
That's right.
burgers.
So we'd have to do this like 15 times and take an average.
Yeah, sample size.
And guess what? I'm gonna win.
I disagree.
That's perfect. I'm looking forward to this. It is gonna be fun.
Oh.
I will have fun with this.
Uh-huh.
And you might win.
I've not.
But from what I've based my opinions on, I'm not just basing my opinions on it because corporate McDonald's sucks ass. No, it's what I see. Yeah, you might be right. And maybe the day my meal took 15 whatever minutes, it was probably closer to 20. I don't, maybe that day my burger fell on the floor and they had to start over. I don't know. All I know is it took forever for me to give up. And that was unacceptable. And for those reasons, I'm out. So I gotta go.
You have a good one. I love that guy.
Thank you.